And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your head where the fear will stick. And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Possess all your dreams. A demon plays on the weak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking. And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Today is Friday, and that means Friday. So, we are returning to Amnesia. But first, let me welcome my wonderful viewers. Congratulations, Simply, for the first, and thank you for the daily check-in. And also thank you, Schmoozer, for the daily check-in and the care package. As you can see, we are really close to that emoticon, 95 out of 100. So I will take a sip of my tasty tea and start the journey, or rather continue. Now, as you can see, we are at 51% with the trophies, and I just noticed that we have 4 gold, 4 silver, and 4 bronze trophies in the Amnesia collection. So nicely balanced. I would be really happy to also have 4 platinums, but that would be impossible. Now, as far as I know, the only trophy we have gotten in this game, the Machine for Pigs, or rather a Machine for Pigs, is called the Teeth. So let's go back and try to gather the rest of the piggy, because just the teeth is not enough. Not at all. Now, I started my previous stream of this game when I began my walkthrough by saying that I have never played this game before, and that's still true. I have no clue what I'm doing in this game, and I don't know much about it. I, however, heard many times that people think this is the weaker title of the franchise overall, and even back when this game was released. Now, what is interesting to me is I kind of disregarded that, because I want to give this game a fair chance, and I still want to. However, as I played more and more of it, at least the 4 hours last time, I started to understand what might be people's problem with it. So let's continue. And let's see, or rather, let me show what I mean by that. Now, let's not forget that this was the second game in the Amnesia franchise. In a way, this is the game that made it a franchise and not just one game with a DLC, because Justine was just a DLC, not a continuation, not a sequel, a prequel, whatever. It wasn't a full word game. There's a lot of loading to be done apparently here. Come on, I don't have all day. I mean, I kind of sort of have, but... Great. So, compared to the first game, I think what many people found less appealing in this one is how many things changed. If you played this game after the first one and you really liked the first one, or either you just enjoyed it, this is much different. So in a way, I would say that this is once again a case of the title ruining the reception of the game, because yes, it does have some Amnesia elements. For example, the fact that the main character, the protagonist, has amnesia. But overall, many things changed, and this game plays a lot differently compared to The Dark Descent. It's much more heavy on the narrative, there's much more reading. There's not many puzzles, I would say. Now, some people, I'm sure, would argue if the puzzles in this game even constitute as puzzles, because in The Dark Descent we had to find items, we had to use those items or combine them. That's more of the point and click kind of old school puzzle in games. No, here we have to find an item, like you have to find a fuse and carry it to the machine and switch out the broken fuse. Or we had to quote unquote find the door behind the stuffed bear or taxidermied bear. A stuffed bear is slightly different. I mean, it is stuffed, just differently. Or when we found that you can move one of the guns to open a secret door, all of those things are heavily hinted at in text. So if you read all the notes, not overly complicated. I think the most mysterious one in a way was the guest bathroom, because there all you knew that 2 rooms are somehow connected. So let's look around and you figure out. Sorry, something happened. I'm lurking. Have a lot in my mind. Have a nice stream. Thank you very much. I hope whatever you are troubled by will be resolved soon and you will have a wonderful day yourself. So a lot of things changed in this game. I don't think that it's necessarily bad. It's different. Certainly, yes, it is different. But what I like in a way is that since this game wasn't developed by Frictional Games, it was developed by the Chinese Room, different studio. Even though how much of a success the original game was, this new studio decided and dared to not just mimic the previous game and Frictional Games style, but they tried to do their own thing, and they made a game that wasn't, oh, it's the same Amnesia game just made by someone else. No, it was their studio taking the Amnesia idea and making something new of it. It was their version of the Amnesia formula in a way. And I really respect that they dared to change things, because they changed many things. Obviously, more notes, more texts, not many puzzles. The sound design and the atmosphere, I think, works quite nicely. So that's interesting. But the fact that they pretty much took the inventory, the sanity, the health, the entire menu pretty much, and just threw it out the window. That's a big thing. So here you don't have to collect the oil for your lantern, which I do like because I found that annoying in the previous game. Now, is it a good thing or not? Because it makes the player less hurried. There isn't that much pressure to rush around. But in a way, because you are reading so many things, I think it helps the kind of rhythm of the game, because you can be slower overall. You're not running around like a maniac picking everything up because, oh my goodness, I will run out of oil, and then you stop and read letters for half of an hour. You can just do it at your own pace. So in that way, it's much different. I think a lot of horror here will be implied through text and maybe visual storytelling. It will not be shown. And I mean, even The Dark Descent wasn't really about showing you the horrors. But I think here it will be even less shown and much more implied. But I think that's enough of me just yapping away. So let's see what we have here. Now we actually left off after our main character, whose name I'm still unsure about. In that way, I I like this start of The Dark Descent, because there Daniel, I think, starts by repeating his name. I'm Daniel, I'm from London, and at least I know who he is. Here I'm still a bit confused, but maybe that's on me. So we arrived to the house of God, to a temple. Now, I'm pretty sure I cannot go back, yes. In that way, this is a much more linear game. There's no going back, but because you cannot carry items over through loading screens, and you don't have an inventory, and now I'm trying to show that by violently pushing the touchpad, which you don't see, so that's out the window. There's no point, in a way, to go back. Obviously, you might miss a few notes here and there, which is 100% possible, and it's also concerning because there is that trophy for reading all the notes throughout the 3 games, and this game I'm pretty sure will have like double the notes as the first one and Justine together. I mean, holy moly, there's a lot. Even there's a new one just now, because we're inside St. Dunstan's. Really important possessive there. We sat here, I remember. We sat in our black and we mourned and we prayed and we bowed our heads. Oh, I hated God then. Oh, I spurned him. If this is our Lord, this pig who robs me of my wife, then I refute his embrace. I will carve a new God for us all. Such madness, such a fool I was. If such blasphemous ravings had remained within me, I would be doomed. But even here I feel the machine throb beneath the flags, and I know my path awaits me. Now this is interesting. And this is another thing that I wanted to mention. The fact that this game is mixing many things together. It's not your typical horror game in a way. Because through the character and through the narrative, it takes different ideas and taboos and mixes it together. And that's interesting. That's again a bold move to do. Because in The Dark Descent, we just had the typical evilness, right? We had this otherworldly mystery with the orbs and everything, and then we had Daniel, who was kind of just thrown into the mix and tried to survive, and he showed how someone is capable of doing a lot just to ensure his or her own survival. So that was kind of like the tale, and that's why I still think that the best ending of sorts is that Alexander and Daniel dies, but that's my personal opinion. Now with Justine, they went a bit and threw a bit of religion into the mix, and that's always a risky thing, because you see the more sacred thing you take and put it into horror and start to twist it and make it into this horrific and wild thing, the more it makes a reaction, right? Now that works greatly if you want to offend someone, but you have to be careful just how far you go and what you do, because it's really easy to get beneath the skin of people if you mess with their nationality, their religion, their race, these kind of things. And in horror, you have that taboo. You just have to be careful how you handle it, because it's a delicate topic. Now here they went, I feel, a bit even further with the religion, because originally what I saw is that the main character is so much in this butcher business that he is looking at the world through the eyes of a butcher. So we constantly get these comparisons between the world and the meat plant. It's like he can always find something that he can compare even society or people or the workings of the world. So it's all like a machine. Everyone who is wrong or does something in the protagonist's eyes are pigs. They are filthy and they have to be slaughtered. So I understood that idea, and that's in a way clever because it is unique to the game's themes. Now, after that, through the nose, they started mixing in the religion, which I didn't quite understood right away. As I said, I understand how it can be breaking a taboo in a way, but I didn't see it in the context of the game, and I still don't fully understand it. But here I start to understand that this person and his family is religious, and now that his wife died, he turned against his religion. And I mean he not only admits that he hated God because, well, how can it be that God took his wife from him, which is understandable. It's a relatable feeling. But then he goes into this almost ideology, and I feel like the game will head into that direction more and more, because we already read a few notes that felt like slightly cultist ramblings, how he will carve a new god, and how the old god, in a way, here he says this pig. So I don't know how much further you can really go with the insults here. And in a way, again, I have to give it to the developers that they dared to go this far. I'm almost surprised that this game did not cause any outrage, but maybe I just missed it. And also it's interesting here, such madness, such a fool I was. So I guess the protagonist is thinking that his faith and beliefs in the religion were foolish. If such blasphemous ravings had remained within me, I would be doomed. And I think here the twist is that he's not talking about what he just said, all the bad things, right? But all the religious things that he said before. So that's a really clever way of twisting things around, that he pretty much says that all the things that he believed and said following that religion is blasphemous, and now he was enlightened or something like that, and now he will make something new. Elior, welcome in. Thank you for the daily check-in. And actually, let me check something. Where's my stream? Here's my stream. Thank you. So let's see. And even a welcome by Safely. Wonderful. Now we have 3 doorways, and there's only one that is closed. Now I have a feeling that I should go this way, because this was the original one that was opened, but I will obviously not do that, because why would I? So these two will probably lead to the same place, yes. And I can already see that this will be a big place. Can I listen to this?
Your faith shackles your vision, Professor. It is an iron coffin that keeps you from grasping the future. We require a new deity, one of steam and the wheel, of magnetism and progress. The old god is nothing more than a lamed hog, spitting back offal at mankind.
Wow. Now there's a good question why this is here, and I really can't think of something other than to further the narrative. But I even in a way called it how he says the old god. So yes, our protagonist is thinking that he will create some new machine that will be the new deity, as he says. Now there was an interesting word there, and even in the previous stream I noticed that this game, as I mentioned, is much more focused on text, and it uses a lot of rare words, even ones that I have never heard before. And as much as that annoys me to great lengths, because I want to know them all, I think this game allows me to do something that I honestly love to do whenever I have the time, is learn new words. And here I don't even have to look around. They are just presented to me. Now, in the previous stream there was this one word that I learned, and that was fetid, I think. And that meant heavy with an offensive smell. So it's like stinky or foul. And here there was this really interesting word, awful. And I think, yes, it almost sounds like awful, but it's not. And that is, as I knew, was just meat and organs. But let's actually look at the real definition here, and that is the waste of or byproduct of trimmings, such as the belly, head and shoulders of a hide, but the hide is the skin, or the viscera and trimmings of butchered animal removed in preparing it for market or for consumption. So it is the viscera of a butchered animal, the waste product or byproduct, as it says. So that's really interesting how he said that the old god is just spewing this awful back at them, because again, in his eyes, in the butchering world, that is the worst part of the meat. That's the byproduct no one wants. So it's really interesting how the theme of the game was used to have its own kind of wording. Now let's see, more doors, because we love more doors. Who's playing? Yep, that's not creepy at all or anything. Now here's a question, if this is the top floor, what is here? Because this is under it. Oh, this is just a tiny office of sorts. Loud roommates even in a castle. Now that is surely loud, but I cannot do anything against it. Except I can change the volume. Haha. Technology! Yeah, we should probably not go down on that pathway after this game. November 23rd, 1899. That is this year, as far as I know we are in 1899. Twin candles bent to the will of the central saint, casting their light to the corners of the chapel. Father Jeremiah, I thought, could be trusted with the secret, but he is like all of the others. So the old priest has gone to the holding pens with his flock. He says he will enter into our world with them, a shepherd indeed. Holding pens. So again, our dear protagonist is doing something slightly concerning. We don't know what just yet. Certainly something to do with pigs and humans, and maybe some sort of a hybrid of them from the sound of it. And our lovely friend here, as hilarious as he is, talked about his little project to the priest, who was, I'm sure, quite bewildered by what he heard. And so he wanted to go and put an end to it with his followers. As I said, I am a monster, and there are many things I don't know about. One of them is religion. I really do not know much about religion, and so I don't really talk about it, because obviously I don't have the knowledge to really form an informed opinion about it. But I'm pretty sure this is not part of any religion whatsoever. However, one interesting detail that I mentioned, how the studio dared to do a lot. One interesting thing that I saw, because this image is kind of a promotional image of the game. There is a concept art of this part of the game. And there is one really big difference. And I think this is one of those examples where even the developers said, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that. And that is, here you can see the pig is kind of leaned against the cross and tied up there by the neck, I think, with some rope. It's a nice detail that they actually cared to explain how it's staying there. In the concept art, the pig is actually nailed to the cross. And again, I understand the idea of breaking the taboos, but I think even the developers said we should not go that far. Welcome in, Ling. How are you doing? It's been so long since I got to enjoy your company. This looks like a prime secret spot. So let's look around. More doors. I'm okay, been recording footage. I know you made quite a few announcements about your content changing. And just like I said on Blue Sky, I wish you the absolute best. I will certainly miss your streams, and good streams as well. But I hope whatever you two will pursue, it will go just wonderfully. I'm assuming that you can't really talk about what kind of footage you've been recording, but I will ask, no less, if you can say anything about them. Maybe a secret project. It has been gathering books and recording Lies of P. Ooh. Is it the base game, or you're playing the DLC? I think it's called Overture. Nah, let's see. We have 2 candles here and possibly 2 candles there, but no candle here. That one missing. All of it. And how are you enjoying it? I only played its demo. So I don't know the story, but I know that the game is pretty interesting. We are not opening that. I love it. That's wonderful. I know a lot of people had trouble playing it in a way because it's obviously a Souls-like game and it has that fighting style that it's really difficult, and you have to learn how to parry, dodge, all that. And as I heard, some of the mechanical enemies have this odd animation that they kind of get stuck, so the attack is delayed, and it's really difficult to really have a feel for the timing of it. I don't think I got that far into the game. As I said, I only played it on a demo part. I mean, I'm playing on the easiest difficulty and hate to guard, so I think that summarizes my playstyle. So you're just going all in. No holds barred. Whatever your biggest weapon is, you're throwing at the enemy. I see. And how are you with lying? Because I heard that's a really important part of the game. Well, that did absolutely nothing. Why do I have a feeling that we're missing a candle? Oh no, 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 no. Well, this might actually be interesting. Let me look at the chat here. Act like a tank. I play a dex build and keep rolling. Why? Oh, this will be a good conversation, because I know why they are responding like that. But I will sit this out. I will not interfere in nature, as they say. Oh, you don't want to ask Link about their height, but I have to assure you that it's nothing malicious. Because I throw bricks at people who are taller than me. Yes, that's exactly. Oh, indeed. Oh, indeed. I have gotten so many bricks so far. I could build a house. And they are free of charge, so it's a really good deal if you're good at dodging. Now, let's look for that lovely candle. I'm sure it's somewhere nearby. Oh, there's another door there. No, it's not even closed. Wonderful. I'm 5'8.5" or 174 centimeters. Oh! So you see, safely, because you don't know Link, I don't know them that much, but they are my wonderful emoticon artist. Link's chat likes to make fun of Link's height, calling them short-ish, and so that's why. Yeah. They are not short. I did not say that. I said that your chat likes to make fun of you, obviously, with no reason at all. They are completely wrong about it. That you are short, which is not true by any chance. Dread, you are a part of my chat that is indeed correct, and I am proud to be part of your chat, actually. But I still don't think that you're short. And apparently, look at the bright side. Look at the bright side. Safely over here, just confirmed that you are not short. Because, congratulations, you just got the brick. I'm average. That's fair enough. Oh, more reading to do, wonders. I think those are from the first game. Anyway, gotta go back to recording gameplay. Well, enjoy your game. I hope you will have a wonderful time. Wanted to pop by and say hi, thank you so much. Depends how you compare to. Yeah, compare yourself to Safely. Then you are a giant. We found the candle. Now, let's read this. Father Jeremiah's Journal, October 1st, 1899. They flock to us now, where once I had to walk amongst them to bring salvation into their lives. Now, drawn by warmth in winter, by the food that Mendes distributes, my church is full and my charge's eyes are saved. And Dreadist, if you ever wanna chat, I'm a DM away. Thank you very much. I do think I will send you a message. And that's obviously true for you as well. And I'm always really happy to feature your work on Blue Sky, because as I mentioned, Link here drew almost all of my emoticons and I absolutely love them. So if nothing else, check out their VGen and check out their Blue Sky. You can find both on their page. Now let's see what's here. Oh yes. He walks amongst them and they almost worship him. He will not allow them to work in his factories, claiming that his workforce are specially trained for the new machinery he uses, and that it would be irresponsible, nay unethical, to risk such precious lives as he sees here. That is mighty suspicious. So one part is really realistic. I like that. How the priest acknowledges the fact that some people go to the church not because of faith, but because in the cold winter it's warm and there's free food. And that's the truth of it. That's again one part that I think shouldn't be overlooked, that some people will indeed go for those reasons. Now, he walks amongst them, I think that is us. But it mentions something curious. His workforce. So the people working in the factory apparently are not people, maybe. So that piggy we saw is maybe one of the workers? I'm not sure, because we obviously know that the person, and that really was a human, I think, who was driving the car around, that we had to move, the truck, he left a note and he sounded like an everyday person. But let's not forget, he works outside of the factory. What happens inside the factory, that's a different question. A changed man since Mexico, it is to be praised that in the face of such appalling tragedy and from the confines of his sickbed, as he is often chained to, he conducted one of the greatest and most benevolent charities in all of London. Not content with the rise to become the dominant food produce business in the land, he distributes his goodwill, his spares, to the poor, and they congregate about his kingdom in gratitude. Now that's interesting, because we heard about how he was distressed earlier on for losing his fortune. So it seems that the factory really turned it around. We'll have to see about why and how that is. But so far, we only have one thing we can do, and that is return the candle and see what will happen. I do have to say, this is a really nice and sizable church. But I have to say, I don't remember any such events from religious texts talking about machines and slaughtering pig taking out its heart and... That almost looks like a cat to me. Because of the ears, but I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure what that is supposed to be. Also, what's this? This is all. Maybe this is for the heating because it's cold here. I'm sure that's in the Bible. Well, if you say so. I'm pretty sure this will open. No, it did not. Okay. So who's poking my nose? I'm trying to solve a mystery here. Alright. And all of a sudden, I feel a boop. This is really, really dangerous for your finger, I must say. So, if you do not want to lose a finger, just like some of your poor pawns in RimWorld, I would advise you to stop. My fingers grow back, but that takes time and effort. So here's my question. Why do you turn on the heating by rotating these two candle holders? Who thought of that? Well, whatever. Okay, and what? I was thinking that the heat is like maybe it's based on steam or warm water, so the water goes in and then it comes out, and this is like a valve to let it flow into the rest of the church. Not this. How do you even make this? I mean, it is impressive. So that's where the church taxes go. I honestly don't know how anyone would make this today, not in some 100 years time prior, but alright. You can get a lot done with steam. However, be careful with steam because it's a dangerous thing. Maybe with Legos. Now you are actually not wrong there. You can make pretty impressive things with Legos. You will touch the steam. But the problem is that in return the steam touches you. And it does not feel nice. Was that the steam? I don't think. I don't think that was the steam, and I can't even drink this. Why? Why are my poor kin not only stored in a bag, but just put here? This is terrible. Why always my poor kin? They are used for decoration. Silence. Do not startle or upset the acquisition? How do I upset them? Depends on the Steam. That's fair enough. Maybe you have more shy Steams and more touchy ones. Well, where do you store dead rats? You bury them. Give them a proper funeral and what the heck is this?
Listen, Papa. Hold the egg to your ear. You can hear the sea.
Oh yeah, the stone egg. That has been a returning idea. I'm not sure if that is some sort of metaphor or not. Oh, come on. Now they are becoming food. But you need property to bury rats then. But I'm pretty sure this is their property. But here's the thing. If you have dead rats around you and you have to bury them, that means they are on your land, so you have the land to bury them into. And you need to dig a hole that's deep enough so no other animals dig them up. Yes. Yes, indeed. That's why they say 6 feet deep. And you can still not complain, because compared to a human, you need a much smaller hole. Actually, I'm wondering what the heck this is. I have not the slightest of clue. That's work. Yes, that's indeed work. Owning pets means work and responsibility. Is this empty? That sounds like a kid. So we have a lot of holding pens, but they are all empty, which you might say is good, but I find it really concerning. Now you see, for example, here, as much as that was really nicely made, that whatever is in that cage is inside of it, and it's staying inside of it. However, all of these are here for a reason, and they are all empty, which means whatever they were holding is outside now, and that is not good. Potatoes. Apparently they are eating potatoes. And dead rats, that's a diet. My mother likes to make grave-sized garden beds. She says it's the perfect size. You know, I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea. I'm sure it freaks some people out, but I don't think there's much harm done. So, why not? Maybe it is really the perfect size. Depends on what kind of vegetable you have. Chains and shackles. These final thoughts. What exhumation is this? What rotten fruit? What bestitching of parts? I doubt I will ever be found, yet I leave you this. Scrolled in the malodorous. Sorry, I learned that also during the last stream. Funny enough, this game has a lot of words describing bad smells, or I just never really had good vocabulary about such things. Half-Light. whilst my tormentor shuffles below, my fellow prisoners keen and squeal in the gloom, and where I wait for the knocking upon my cage that signifies it is finally my turn to make that dark journey into the inferior. So this is the thoughts of one of these prisoners. So this was a human, probably kidnapped from the streets, or maybe the church, because let's not forget we got here through the church. But that's interesting, because the priest did not seem to be agreeing with the protagonist here. That is what the journal of the priest suggested. So there is a human in there, in theory. Well, I'm just guessing, because they can talk and they can write. Also interesting, you were able to open these in the previous game, but not now. A lot of objects that you could interact with, move, and open are now changed, which is a shame in my opinion. The physics engine is not at all used here most of the time. That's a big piggy. But there's only one way to go, so let's hope that the pigs like vegetables. Bad news. Pigs really eat whatever. Okay, why is it good that I can open and close this? That makes absolutely no sense, but okay. Really small cages for an adult person. So as I said, the priest didn't seem to be agreeing with our entrepreneur over here, so it's odd why the entrance to this place is underneath the church. Now there are two options here. Either there is a new priest, or a lovely protagonist was maybe contracted to create the heating system for the church, because after or during building the factory he obviously proved that he can work with steam engines and such, and heating is pretty much that. You just use the steam in a different way. And he just hid all of this underneath, which would be, you know, slightly impressive. But then there comes the part of the opening mechanism, right? Because, and that's why it's a bit backwards here. Opening the secret under the altar was the big lever that everyone would notice, and turning on the heating was the two candles which most people wouldn't notice. So it's a bit backwards, but we'll see. Maybe they both work? I'm not really sure, but that's a nice light bulb. Something that is taken for granted these days. I mean, there are LED light bulbs, but back in the days electricity was like magic. I downloaded some more mods and now have cheese in RimWorld. Yes! Now for those who might not watch Samflee's streams, which is honestly a shame. They are wonderful. Samflee is playing RimWorld, which is a colony management simulator game. I'm really not qualified to describe it. But there is a colony and Samflee is trying to keep them alive and build a base and advance all that. And there are 2 redeems on his channel. One of them is that you can name one of the pawns or one of the people there after you, which I would not want to do because living there is not my dream, not at all. But you can also name an animal. So I decided that I would ask Samflee to name a rat after me, and now my rat alter ego, Red Dread, or Dread Rat. I'm not sure about it. It's a work in progress. He is working on an evil scheme to... how would you say it? Grow the rat population through natural processes, and after that overtake the base. So that is what I'm trying to do. And so my dear rat persona, or character rather, demanded some cheese because as he said, "Pet me, mortals, for I am cute." Lovely, lovely rat. And the mod to pet animals, that's great, that's great. That's also really important because in the game for some reason you can only pet animals when you tame them or you teach them something, which is a shame. It's an oversight from the developers. They should right away get to that update. It's 15 rats at the moment. The goal is 100, and then we are going and eating all the people in their sleep. But that's a really good segue to do something that I should have done for the entire stream here, and give a shout out to the wonderful Samflee. Please, if you have the time, check out his channel and all the RimWorld shenanigans. Now, then how do you get new food if you eat the people? But actually that's a good question. Maybe... Alright, we are only eating a few and then leaving the rest enslaved to feed us and pet us and clean the mess we make. But only the ones we like. The rest we will eat. Thank you for the shout out, you more than deserve it. The pig went this way. Okay, this is not a workforce, this is a freaking army. And that's the beauty of wording. And as much as maybe certain aspects of the game are not like the first Amnesia and they are not as interactive or interesting, whoever wrote this game certainly had some twisted ideas, because just in the previous document, I think, it was mentioned how the factory owner claimed that his workforce are specially trained, right? And if you take that sentence at face value, well, that means, you know, nothing. They are specialists in their field, whatever. But here, if you look at this, this is how they are trained. This is the specialized workforce. And if you take a secondary meaning of trained, as in a slave or an animal, it's already twisted. Here, it goes beyond that, because this, I don't even think it's only slavery. They are modifying the people into these pig creatures, I think. So they are specialized in physical properties too, and that is terrifying. Actually, it reminds me of a game, another game that did something like this. And funny enough, it wasn't a horror game, but that's the beauty of context. If you present the same idea in different contexts, it can have wildly different reactions and effects. And the game I'm talking about is actually the second game of the Oddworld series. You might know that I'm playing Abe's Odyssey, and the second one, called Exodus, has a really twisted way of how the enslaved Mudokons are forced to work in mines without knowing what they are mining. And that is what this reminds me of. That is a really cute box. Now, here's the thing. We saw this box many times before in even the first Amnesia game. And what they did here is just shrunk it down. And this shows greatly. This is a great example. If you take something and just make it tiny, it becomes cute, because this looks adorable. Even though it's the same box, there's no difference. But it's tiny because it's cute. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to even use my to use my lantern. Shit. Well, let's hide, I guess. This is not a hiding spot, I just stopped somewhere. But apparently, indeed, it's not a good idea to just go around with a beaming flashlight. I was almost expecting the pig to stand right in front of me when I pulled up the lamp, which would have been terrifying, but really, really nice. But here's the thing, I can't see a darn thing without the lantern. Well, here I can, so I'm assuming the idea is that I would need to sneak around here. Based purely on the sound of the pig and guessing where it is. Now you might be saying, you can't see a darn thing. Here's the problem, I can't see anything either. So this will be really funny. Skilled issue, yes. This issue is indeed skilled. It's not some simple issue. This one is advanced. So it's right there. That's fantastic because I can't go around here. So I have to wait on the piggy to leave. And I have nothing to throw to maybe get their attention. So that's a problem as well. Why do I feel like that you are slightly stuck in this place? Yeah, it will just go back and forth here. That's no good. Well, we are going around. And so to the stoking. The workers sing as they work, they sing as they eat, they sing as they make toilet. They are always singing. If you place your ear to the ground, you can hear them still. Well, this was singing alright. I thought I would need to go around, and maybe that's possible if you don't get noticed right away. But maybe I didn't miss anything and I just had to run. But I do appreciate that you can see the pig. Now obviously you wouldn't want to be around them for long, I'm assuming actually. It didn't even try to hurt me. The throat! Well, wait a moment. We have the teeth and now we have the throat. But if it keeps on like this will be a really long game, because let me tell you, a pig has many parts. But I do appreciate that the developers let you see the enemies and you are not just walking around and passing out if you look at something for more than 2 seconds. Oh, another secret? Okay, so we went through here. So the church was indeed connected to the factory, and I guess that was the workers, I'm not even sure, training room. There's no fuel here. And we're outside again. Wow. But this is really interesting because in Amnesia you never really get outside. Here you can. I like how the on and the to are written in these little ribbons. That's nice. And what a nice piece of music here. Sorry for disturbing you, friend. Mendocino Meat Processing Factory anno 1828.
Water in his shoes. Always the water, and the sparks of the embers of the wheels. It's too bony! It's too damn bony!
What? Water in shoes, embers in the wheels, and it's bony. What are you rambling around? Or about? Any secret passages maybe here? We've seen a few already. Bird brand. Not sure what's in those bird brand boxes. Will this finally work? I tried each of these so far. They never work. Yeah. No water for us. Ooh, what are those? Good old days when they placed the glass in hay so it wouldn't break. What's this? It doesn't look like an office. It's more like a shop. But if strangers are not allowed in here, then this mustn't be a shop. So what is this? Seems like a nice place, and I also like that you could see this lamp from all the way over there. That's the one thing that kind of sticks out in the darkness. This green light. And we are here. Now I guess we will go through the entirety of the factory. Flood breach, emergency shutdown in place, yes. My only problem is I really cannot distinguish certain parts. And maybe that's my fault, but I don't see or haven't seen so far what the specialty of a certain area is. Because here, if you actually look, this is like a processing line, this is a meat grinder here. I think this is something to do with electricity. But up here, they all just kind of look the same. Chimneys, windows. This looks like some steam generator with, I think that is cold air and giant tanks of water. And this maybe is where they are harnessing that steam, because you can see some wheels and maybe those are flames. So this is where they turn the steam into kinetic energy, and this looks like a laboratory more than anything, so I have not the slightest clue what is this place.
These men, Professor, these so-called men of vision, they would shackle the masses to a wheel and turn it till their backs break. All for that opiate, the lure of profit. These fools who lackey them, these priests, these officials, this government, they make pigs of us all.
But what solution, my dear man? How to break a cycle? You cannot simply remove the promise of a better world for these unfortunates. In the workhouses, in the orphanages, the belief in heaven is surely the only succor one can find.
We do not need to wait. We can bring forth paradise now. We can speed the passion. With only a small sacrifice, we can hold the apocalypse. With just a small sacrifice, we can free our shackles and deliver them to paradise now.
And here, comes the problem. That small sacrifice is not so small. Now that is interesting. That is, in a way, a really sized version of an iridescent bulb. I haven't seen one like this, but I could see them existing. I'm not sure what would hold the filament, however, because this looks quite thick, but usually it's quite thin, because what happens, you have this glass bulb. In this case it's a long tube, but how they used to work, obviously before LED, was the idea that you let current go through this filament, which is some sort of metal that has a high resistance. So most of that electricity turns into heat, and that heats up the metal, and so the metal starts to glow. It's really quite simple. Now the only thing what makes it slightly difficult is the fact that if you do this in open air, then it will just burst into flames and the filament will break. Now how you can solve that is quite simple. You have to take away the oxygen and the air, so they place the filament in vacuum tube, so there is no air in this tube, and problem solved. But still, you can see how the windings go, and actually it looks really nice. I like this old school look. Piston rooms, so there are multiple of them. How great. Why aren't they going? Those are huge pistons. What's wrong with my lantern? It's interesting, these huge factories, because they are unnerving at all times. Great. Because when they are working, there's so much noise and steam and dust. You cannot see much, you are disoriented, and you cannot hear a thing. Now when they are stopped and in the dark, I just have to look down to see their sheer size, and it is unnerving. I once heard from someone who works with huge machines that the sight of these machines being shut down, so when they are stopped, it's almost sad, because they should be going, they should be working, especially generators and certain parts of machinery which rarely ever stop except for maintenance. Again, interesting, there are a few parts where we had to run that got a bit freakish, but overall, once again, we are just walking around, and that will probably close. Let's be honest here. I fucking called it. Oh, yes. I hope that's coal. interesting thud they make. Alright, so we have number 2. Let's look around, because I have a feeling that things will not be so calm. But there are 4 of these, and let me see. That's a 0, that's a 0, that's a 0, and that's another 0. Which is odd, because this one is actually going. I can't even open it. Really nice, foolproof system. If the fire is burning, you cannot open the furnace, which is safe, but then how do you sustain the fire? So I have a feeling that I have to make this work. But let's look around, let's see why we would need to do that. Oh my goodness. You know, this is the point where I think that they just put meters everywhere just for the fun of it, because what is this? Are you kidding me? Wait, these are just replacements, so they are not connected? That would make some sense. Oh, there are 6 of them. Mundus Processing Company. Alright. Or maybe Mendus, I'm not sure. Now I really do hope that the developers did not think that I would be even remotely able to make sense of this. Stop! Are your furnaces fueled? I'm not sure myself. Given there are only 3 levers and 6 furnaces, I think so. I guess I will go back and... You know what? Let's see what happens if we don't do what they want. Well, it just doesn't work. So once again, pretty foolproof. And holy moly, they make quite a noise. Well, I guess we are going to be putting some coal into these furnaces. Now, normally you do not want to put a lot of fuel into them, because if there's so much heat generated at once, the water can superheat, it can become steam really quickly, and if the process becomes uncontrolled as the water expands, as it becomes steam, things can blow up, which is obviously not good. But I just put it full because we'll see what happens. This is a game, again. That's why even in real life companies and universities have simulators, because if you have to mess something up, then you might as well do it in a simulator. And also something that I mentioned many times during my many attempts of Little Nightmares so far to this point. Failing is part of the process. You will mess something up. So the point is not to not make a mistake, but to minimize the damages caused by it. I had Well, I have 2 furnaces full, but apparently I have to look at all of them. Okay, let's go to 3. Oh, it's a sliding door. Oh my. How very elegant. That's all the coal we have? Are you kidding me? I have all this. A huge pile of coal, and I can only put these 2 puny pieces into the furnace. That's a shame. And here's the problem. Something that takes a bit away from the fun, in a way, is the fact that you cannot interact with many items. I cannot pick up the shovel or anything else to throw into the furnace. A darn shame. Now here's another question, however. I understand that the workforce is maybe mostly made out of pigs. But why aren't they doing this work then? Why am I forced to return everything into their normal state? Oh, this actually makes sense. These are the furnaces, so this is going. Well, that's interesting. I like this idea. Oh, that is filled to the brim. Oh my goodness, I don't want to be near that. I mean, furnaces, I don't think they would blow up that much because it's not much expanding going on. But where the steam is, that's dangerous. Thank you for the hydrate schmoozer. 96. Only 4 to go. Now let's see this. So yes, my question is where are the pigs? Why aren't they working? Maybe because it's the middle of the night and they are not supposed to work. But then why am I doing all this? Why can't I wait until sunup and then just, you know, come down here all calm? Also, the pigs wouldn't even hurt me, would they? Well, obviously they would hate me because you know, reasons. But I can't imagine that the owner of this place, who dreamed up everything and possibly got his hands dirty with quite a lot of work, including creating the workforce, let's say that. I don't think that he's never been here before. So I understand that we forgot about our past. But that doesn't mean that the world forgot about our past. And you see, that's important because, like in the Dark Descent, I think Alexander once questioned what Daniel is doing, and only after a short while did he realize that Daniel forgot everything. And I think Alexander even asked that did he really drink the amnesia potion, whose name I thoroughly forgot. I think it was something Rose, but I might be wrong. No, you might be asking why am I filling this furnace, and that's a really good question. But why not? Why not? We have plenty of coal, so let's see what happens if I fill it up as much as I can. Answer to the daily question: how to truly experience joy. No, the question was, because that cannot be seen in the chat, but it is pinned to be in the style of the game. It was, what is the most important thing you have ever forgotten about? And I have to say that wasn't the kind of answer I was expecting, but honestly I can to a certain degree understand it. I see more and more that people are struggling all over the world for different reasons, because really everyone has some personal issue, be that entirely personal or something to do with the current workings of the world. And I hope that I can provide some entertainment to my viewers. I don't necessarily think that I can make people forget about their troubles. I don't think that is even possible, or that I should be doing that. I always say, and this is one of my goals with streaming, that I want to create a community and an environment where people feel safe and they can talk about how they feel without being ridiculed, because in a good large portion of the world, certain problems are still neglected or just disregarded. So I think I would say that I want to help people handle sadness like I handle horror, because I don't think that necessarily the best way in the long run is to run away from it or try to forget about it, because that will not fix it. And by no means I think that I could help anyone. I'm not a therapist. But I think that a lot of people could benefit if they spend time understanding themselves and giving themselves the opportunity to admit how they feel, because a lot of people are even at odds at themselves, and then try to work on changing that. Because I know that I'm a lonely monster, and I spent a good while in sadness, but I don't wish that for people. However, I also know that people think differently. Piggy! So, but I can say, Schmoozer, since you didn't ask for advice, so I will not give. Even though that's one of the giveaways that I heard, old people, they give unwanted advice, and I am certainly old. I just say that I hope that you will find it one day, and I think you should try to pursue finding joy again. October 18th, 1899. Every time I see the capital A in this font, I think it says FI, a lowercase f and uppercase L and or an I, and it's like, what? A series of collecting vents have been installed along the ceiling at this stage of the line. In the process of stunning and bleeding, the product often expels stinking vapors from its digestive system, which can be collected, condensed, and used in the methane boiler to drive the engine as a whole. In this way, the more product is processed, the more power becomes available to the machine, and productivity is actually increased. A simple stroke of genius, but one that encapsulates the benefits of self-regulatory automation. Well, that's an idea. That's quite efficient, for sure. I'm not sure how true it is. It might have some realism to it, but let's not forget with these kind of ideas that if you can get some let's call it power out of the process, that is not enough in most cases to sustain the process. So in this case, let's say that they use coal to run the turbines and everything, and steam, and make the system work. And you get throughout the processing a bit back through this reuse system of a way. But that will not be enough to keep all the machinery going. So if you want to continue, you need more coal to keep the process on, and you can benefit from an extra bit of power with this. So yes, in a way, you can save on coal, on power, but what I see people fall into with these kind of ideas sometimes is you still have to get the coal to keep everything going. So it's not like, oh, I once started and then it's like infinite power. No, that does not work. There are not many systems that can keep on going without refueling in a way for a long while, and this certainly wouldn't be one of them. Now there was another sign out here, so let me read that before I go on. Danger, no entry to the under pistons when machinery is at rest. So wait, I should go down there when the pistons are moving, because that's safer. Alright, be it, but if I get myself grounded up between those pistons, I will be pissed. Now, here you can actually see that the needles are pointing towards the higher numbers now, so things are working. Apparently maybe not. Or maybe this is how it is supposed to be working. Any pigs around? Okay, so there's a pig out there. And I was slightly concerned about what the heck is moving there, and I have to get there, so that's a problem. This is a reoccurring thing in this game, that they show a pig running around somewhere, but I have to go towards them. So what do? You either stop or you keep on going, but if you keep on going, then you're kind of going into danger. Well, the pig will not be following us, at least. I guess that's good. But that is something that I keep seeing in this game, and that might be a slightly overlooked detail. How you have to go towards the danger, which is in itself not a bad idea, but I feel like it might get overused here. We'll see. Also, holy shit, it's really dark here. Of course it closed, like all the rest. Now here's the thing, if I have to hide around here, which this place would be sufficient for that, I will probably get murdered because I cannot see a darn thing. I mean, look at this. This is all the light we have here. I have no clue how anyone would be able to work here. Also, I think that's coal, but why do we have coal here? The furnaces are up there. Again on 0, which is odd. More coal. Burnt out. Lights. Oh, one of those tiny boxes! Yay! And look at that, little corner pieces on the tables, so they hold better. And even these metal straps, they are interesting. I think they are made to keep the table in one piece, give some structural strength to it. Okay, will this be a reoccurring thing that every time my flashlight starts blinking, there's a pig around? The pig could be pretty much in front of me and I wouldn't know. Well, not in front of me, but anywhere else. Well, what the heck am I supposed to do now? Uh-oh. Piggy piggy! Hey! You see, in the Dark Descent we had to run from the enemies. In Penumbra, or Penumbra I think it's called. My apologies. You either ran or you had to lure them away, but here I'm slightly concerned about what the heck I need to do. Because that piggy is just standing there. And I can't go around. What am I supposed to do here? I can't see anything. Like literally. I can't go around this way. But I can't even see the pig to go around them, which would be a viable option. But that could only work if I can make the pig stop in the light so I know where it is. Right now I can't see anything. It was here a moment ago. Can't even hear it. Piggy. Piggy. I mean, the place looks like a maze, and I think these boxes are here so you can hide, and that would make sense. But that would only make sense if I could know where the enemy is, or in this case, the pig. Also, I think there are multiple pigs, which is concerning. Also, I just thought about this, but how twisted of an idea is it that there are pigs working in a slaughterhouse? That is sick. That is twisted. And I like it. Oh goodness, what? Okay, so apparently it's a reoccurring thing that when my flashlight goes beep beep, there's a pig around. I'm not sure if that has any explanation, but we'll go with it for now. So apparently the pigs are not really staying in a place. And as much as I want to not look at the game as a game, right around now it's starting to fall apart. So it seems like what happens is every time our lamp flashes, a pig is approaching us. And that is just an animation of maybe a pig running off somewhere and they just disappear. But if they notice you, they sort of get stuck and they don't disappear until they forget about you, which only happens if you get far away. I'm honestly unsure. I'm slightly confused how this works. And I said this before that I don't necessarily like to take apart the games. I like to just see them as the world that they are trying to depict, but here again and again I am faced with situations where I have to go somewhere and there's an enemy and I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing. And look at that, that's a new schmoozer emoticon. That's nice. That's a lurking schmoozer. Self-made, it is gorgeous. It's like my peeking emoticon. I know even mine is using a so-called lurking template, but I just like to call it the peak. We finished some minutes ago. Congratulations, nice job. And I see you got it accepted pretty quickly too. That's nice. and safely with the money. So many nice emoticons here. October 21st, 1899. The product moves now into the bleeding. A system of spring-loaded blades are arranged here. Tension is built via a series of springs that run along the bleeding line, using the momentum of the product itself to build up the energy for the actual action. The blades are released at a point of optimum tension as the product passes them. Now, this is one of those examples where people use professional language, here the word product, and they might say that it is so it's professional, but really it is to make the language less emotional, so you don't see animals on the line being murdered, you see just the product. I have 30 more emotes in planning. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. I'm not sure how you unlock emote slots on Twitch. I know you can upload more emotes than you can use at a time, so maybe you can switch them out every now and then. More viewer as far as I know. Maybe. I don't even have an animated emoticon, so not really the person to ask. And follower. You unlock emote slots through subs. Oh, maybe that. Yeah, that makes sense since you get the opportunity to have emoticons when you become an affiliate. Oh, subs, okay. At a certain amount of subs in a month it unlocks them. Well, would anyone like to maybe help me get more emoticon slots? Nah? Okay. Oh, that bird. Now, where was I? The combination of the speed of release and the sudden stop against the rubber buffers at the side of the line sets the blades spinning rapidly enough to cut the throat of the product. It is a clean, sympathetic and efficient process. Sympathetic. Not sure about that. Also, you didn't use an Oxford comma there, and that annoys me. The product then continues along the line and the natural bleeding process is allowed time to occur. Now, here's the thing. What this is saying. The natural bleeding process, as really nice and professional as it sounds, is the following. A mammal's heart beats, right? Really simple. Now, if you cut the mammal and one of the main veins or arteries, then the heart is still beating and pumping the blood, except the blood is escaping through the cut. So the natural bleeding process is letting the heart pump out all of the blood from the animal, essentially bleeding out. So that process is not at all sympathetic, because you didn't kill the animal, you doomed the animal to die slowly bleeding. I think you need 300 subs in the same month to unlock all slots. Ooh boy. I mean, that would mean, because saying that in the same month, it sounds really scary, but if you think about it, that means that you would need 300 concurrent subscribers. And then if they all resubscribe in the same month, you are golden. So all I have to do is find 300 viewers who would subscribe to me. Now, given that I don't even have 300 followers, that's difficult. The other thing is something that I noticed, and this is a bit of my logic when it comes to Twitch. The ratio between followers and subscribers is somewhere around 4%. So if I need 300 subscribers, that means that I need around 7,500 followers to reach that level with that ratio. Wow. We have a long ways to go, but we will get there. Let me see. So that is Dreadist with a tail, Dreadist with an electric tail, and Dreadist in the grave. Okay, I do like the grave emoticon. You can have more subscribers than you have followers through gifted subs. That's an interesting idea. I know a VTuber who had more subs than followers. You need rich viewers. You know, that actually makes sense. But how do I market my streams for rich people? That's the question. I might need to ask your friend how they did it. Now, where was I? I would be rich if I knew that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, where... The blood collecting in the angled basin at the floor of the line. Secondary spring blades are positioned at 2 further points along the line. Should the mid-level rubber buffers continue to be manipulated in the form of a semi-bled product, thrashing or twitching, these movements automatically form the basis of the spring energy required to send the next bleeding blade into activity. So in case the first one doesn't work, then we have a secondary blade as well. And if that doesn't work, we have yet another. Also, the wording here, in the form of a semi-bled product. Semi-bled. That is so synthetical. That is when you take the language and you just drain every emotion out of it. So you can talk about the most disturbing thing in the world and still sound like it's not a big deal. And that is the power of words, and that is why it's important to realize when you read or listen to something how it is worded. Because this, if you read this is great, this is lovely, right? No, this is despicable. Let me see. Maybe become a fanboy, that works well on Twitch. Nah. That's not my style. Nah. Let's say that I'm on the other side of that spectrum. You can avoid this dilemma by not reading at all. It's fair enough, but you know, as much as that's a silly joke, it doesn't really work when it comes from you, because you are one of the most knowledgeable person I know on Twitch. So I'm pretty sure you read quite a lot. Oh, Piggy. So hopefully Piggy over there doesn't see me. Now you might be asking, where's Piggy? And my answer is, I have not the slightest of fucking clues. Actually, I don't even know where I am now. Apparently I went around. Because apparently you can do that. Okay. Not a fanboy Dreadist. No, 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 you are not getting that. I think I know what the game is implying here and suggesting, but I have to say this is a mighty dangerous idea. So here we go, into the coal. Yeah, no one should be here. So really, there isn't a ladder, a staircase, about fucking anything else where you can get lower here? You really have to go through this place? And also, what is this place? Why do you have a conveyor belt with coal? We already saw the furnaces, so what's the point? Okay, that's it. Most of my knowledge does not come from books though. Well, I'm sure that you learned from books, at least some books, in school. But where did you learn them? I heard that everyone has a preferred way of learning. Some learn better if they are listening to a lecture, some work better if they can actually see something, such as visual learners. And I think that's something that people and education kind of overlooks, that if you figure out how you can work efficiently, that helps a lot in the long run. Chemical transportation, danger, highly corrosive, highly flammable. Fuel? Look at that tiny little lamp there. I have no clue how you would wire that lamp, because obviously it's moving. Why doesn't it work? Now we have a number of places to... Never mind. We have a number of places to... You know what? We are stuck here. That's it. There's no way out. We just have to get comfortable in our grave made of coal. So now we are there. This is actually a really interesting idea. I'm not sure if this was really ever used back in the day, that you would have paper or some thin fabric printed and then place that in a frame over a lamp so different parts can light up. You could even make it in a way that you have multiple lamps and they can switch, so you can visualize certain parts better. It's like how you have little lights on panels signaling different things, but here you would maybe see, like in a production line, you would have a pump and maybe a grinder and something, and when their image is lit up, that means that they are working on, or there is a problem. It's an interesting idea. Most is from internet rabbit holes, conversation with autistic people that have their special interests. In university I mostly have lectures, not that much reading. I sometimes read to learn, but in my experience it works best when you have someone who is very passionate about the topic. That's actually a really, really good point. You can learn fascinating things about pretty much anything if you find someone who is really interested in that. That's quite clever. And now that we got here, you know what we have to do? More reading. At this point, I'm kind of sad that this game doesn't have narration, because oh my goodness, there's so much reading. April 30th, 1899. Let me see. Good point and smart move. Indeed it is. My zoology professor is very passionate, so I remember a lot about these topics. And that right there shows that a good teacher is important. Because if the teacher doesn't care about the subject, why would the students? The crate arrived this morning and I had it delivered directly to the workshop. The body is remarkably preserved, although there is a subtle yet nauseating stench of damp and rot. It is humanoid in shape but has suffered severe skeletal deformation. Remnants of leather straps encase the torso, which is deformed with evidence of substantial muscle mass and displacement. It is difficult to ascertain whether this unfortunate is the recipient of some barbarous surgery or was born deformed, and an attempt to force his gnarled body into some semblance of humanity was made. What he is I cannot tell, but I smell the orb upon him, and I suspect my great-uncle's presence in his curious condition. So it can be done. We can reshape the body into a tool, accelerate the processes of Mr. Darwin's evolution. But here my great-uncle and I part company. He chose men as the subjects of his experiments, but men are difficult to control and rotten with sentimentality. No, we require a new creature for our chatters. Loyal, clever, strong, easily sated. Now this is interesting, because throughout this entire note I was wondering if this is a police report and someone find one of the pigs. Apparently not. This is from someone's uncle. No, because this is just yet another journal entry noted with a date. I am assuming that it's the protagonist's writing, and that means his uncle, whoever that is, found an orb and is trying to transform people into the next step of evolution or some madness like that. However, our lovely protagonist thinks that's stupid because men are difficult to control and rotten with sentimentality. So We require a new creature. Now that's interesting. They require a new creature as the test subject, or they need to make a new creature? Because if it is a test subject, the loyal, clever, and strong could be many animals. I think if you say loyal, most people will right away say a dog. Clever, I think the dolphin is amongst the most clever animals, but you need something on land. Rats are clever, many rodents are clever. Obviously dogs are to a certain point clever. Cats can be really clever. No, strong, that's more difficult. And easily sated. No, with pigs here, I guess that's the answer. Yes, you can sate their hunger. But there's this one word. And again, as much as I don't like to admit, I have no idea what this word means. And I want to make an example in a way that I admit if I don't know something, because I know that in human society, in many countries, it's a thing that even in school where you are supposed to learn, people rather learn to pretend that they know something instead of admitting it and learning, because the people who are teaching are not necessarily inspiring the students to really learn. And also the system and the entire grading system is about, well, if you don't know something, then you get a bad grade. So if you say that you don't know something, that's obviously a bad thing. But if you don't admit that you don't know something, you will not learn it. So, because this is not a school, people can admit that they don't know something, and that's one of the beauties of learning something on your own. That you can say, hey, I don't know this, I can look it up, and I hopefully won't call myself an idiot, even though I am. But that's one of those things that I notice with people, especially with language, that when someone starts learning a new language, they are really struggling because they want to right away use entire sentences, so they don't look dumb. And the problem is, what they don't want to admit is they are dumb. They just started learning a language. How would they not be dumb? I mean, a toddler whose first language is that language speaks it better than someone who just started learning it. And that's okay. That is logical why that is. But if you keep learning, you will get better. And so let's see, what does this mean? Because here it says, require new creatures for our chattels. Now I would say that's a noun, beauty of English. I can guess that, and I think it's in plural. So what is a chattel? And there's a good chance that I've mispronounced that extremely. No, I did not. Holy moly. So it has two meanings. An item of tangible, movable, or immovable property, except real estate and things such as buildings connected with real property. I don't think that's what's here. No. An enslaved person held as the legal property of another. So a slave. So chattel is a slave. Now here comes the beauty of English, something that always amazes me, but what also makes the language slightly difficult to learn. In English there are multiple words for pretty much everything, even nouns, where you would think, why do we have 3 different words for the same noun? It's the same noun. But they are different, and that's why it's so complicated to learn, because then comes the question, if I have these 2 words, what's the difference? Because I guess there's some. Because one thing I learned with synonyms, many people think if there are 2 synonyms or 2 words and they are synonyms of each other, that means they are interchangeable. No, not always. There's always a slight difference. Maybe in tone, maybe in the style, there is something. Because otherwise that word wouldn't exist. And that's the beauty, and that's why I just have to learn it all. I'm bad at learning languages because I'm not good at memorizing things and repeatedly doing a test like learning vocabulary. That's indeed difficult. What I do more often than not, because there are an immense amount of words in English. Many hundreds of thousands. I think maybe 1 million or more even. What I like to do, because I don't think many teachers, many guides will tell you, well, write down in your little dictionary notebook the word and then write the definition in another language and then you will learn it. No, because it will be just too much. And you can try to repeat it 1 million times and some will stay and some will go. So what I like to do, first of all, I always have some paper notebooks in front of me. If I see something, I jot it down right away. I'm like, okay, let's write it down. I have so many random words here. It's lovely. And then I try to use the word, because this is a really interesting trick. If you learn something and you use it, there's a much better chance that you will keep that knowledge. An even more extreme of this, which in theory works, is, and maybe you could confirm this, is if you learn something and you teach it to someone else, then you will learn it even better. No, I know that you actually teach some people, so I think trying to explain it to someone else helps your own understanding of something. For me, when it comes to English, I like to use the words, I try to mix it in, and that's something I've been trying to do with my streams, that even if I mess up the pronunciation many times, with rare words, I know I mess up the pronunciation, I try to use them, because they say there's an active vocabulary that you use, there's a passive one that you can understand, and it's tricky to use every word all the time. Sometimes I have words that I remember that it exists, like I can say, oh, there is a word that is the act of murdering someone by throwing them out the window. I know the word exists, but I don't know the word. I don't remember it. But if I know that it exists, I can look it up. And that's still better than not knowing that it exists. The other thing that I like to do is connect things in some logical manner. So if I know one thing, then I try to either link it through how it sounds or the etymology, so how it was created, and then I can understand better and remember it. Like, there was that one word, something with wet smell, and I think it was malodorous. And when I first looked at that word, I was like, what the heck is this? And then I looked at it in the dictionary and I realized, oh wait, there is the word odor in it, which is smell. Odorous is obviously making an adjective from the noun, so it has smell, and mal means that it's bad. So I can put the word together, and that's why I like the English, because many words are made like that, many words are borrowed, and there are patterns. It's all over the place, absolutely, because there's like a dozen ways to make a simple adjective from a noun, but after a while you start to understand those. But let me see. I'm good at analytical thinking rather than memorizing, and I remember details well, but I tend to forget the obvious. And I think the best way is to use that strength, because it's easy to say that you're not good at something, but what you are good at, you're really good at. So if you maybe not really good at memorizing data, then try to do something where it's really important how you are thinking. And that's something that I also should accept, because I really want to learn many words, and I do forget them. I am terribly forgetful. I am old, I know. So I try to focus on knowing more about things and knowing where to look for those pieces of information. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I started learning English in first class, but only got good at 10th grade because I started to read fanfic in English. That's another thing. If you are learning a language, use it. Whatever you want to use it for. But use it, because otherwise there's no point. Yes, teaching people helps. That's why I befriended second semesters to learn with them for chemistry. That's really clever. And there's the word. There's the word about the window throwing act. But I will check how to say that, because I want to say that it would be defenestration, maybe, guessing, but let's check. Oh, I missed an R. It's defenestration. Where is this word come from? Well, what a beauty. A lot of words are from Latin in English. So if you know Latin, you have a better time with it. So apparently fenestra is window in Latin. And they put the D in front of it, and then it was turned into a noun about an act. Well, first it was turned into a verb, which is defenestrate. Well, I'm pretty sure if you say that you saw someone defenestrate someone, about 99% of humankind would not understand what you just said. I can read very fast, so I read a hell amount of fanfic. What kind of fanfic? I think the fan in the fenestration is coming from the German word Fenster, window. Maybe that too. Maybe what it could be is that both the English and the German word is from the Latin word. That could really easily be the case. Which is, again, really fascinating to me, and that's how I know a few words in different languages, because they either share the same roots as the English one, or maybe they are directly linked to the English one. It's fascinating. I love language. Mostly BL. Wonderful. Oh goodness. Yeah, more likely it's both from the Latin. But it's still great. I still think the German is a really interesting language, and what I love is pretty much everyone I ever spoken with, they say that their own language is bad. It's just terrible. You should never learn it. All the German people say that German is bad. All the French people say that French is ugly, even though half of the world thinks it's the most romantic thing in the world. English speaking people say that English is a mess and it's bad. I cannot imagine why people are so against their own language, except for the fact that most people dislike or take for granted what is their kind of go-to language and country and area and all that. So everything else sounds kind of exotic. German sounds harsh, and it has more exceptions than rules. That's the exceptions and the grammar I can understand. It can be difficult, certainly. How it sounds harsh, yes, but there is a certain beauty to that harshness as well. And to be fair, I'm also against the French language. Alright, okay, so correction, not only the French people say that French is ugly. Some other people dislike the language too. German is built together from dialects. Is that because the country was in so many pieces for so long? And also with the rules and the grammar and all that, if you take, for example, Japanese, no one in their right mind would learn Japanese because of its writing system, and still people learn it. So I don't necessarily think that there's a required logic to languages. Yes, it only got into one language with the translation of the Bible year 500. Wow. Well, you have so many interesting words. And the one thing that I heard from so many people about German is, in the German language, somehow the idea is always, if you need a new word for something, you just put two already existing words together. And that's why the words are so bloody long. And a lot of people, I think, get a bit frightened by, like, how is that one word? That's a sentence. No, that's just a word, but we took these two words and we put it together because why not? I mean, it could have a space or a hyphen, but this way it's more frightening. The stack words make sense though. They do make sense, and I do like the idea The problem is that when you look at them, if you're not familiar with the language and don't know the words that the big word is made of, it's like, oh my goodness, that's a lot of letters. And they are all looking at me. And I'm looking back and I don't know what to do. It's also, I think, in the modern age, the trouble is that you have to copy it and type it into Google Translate, and even that takes a long time because it's like, oh, there's like 30 letters in this one word. What the heck does it mean? I might be wrong about the number, but the language definitely got one thing with the translation of the Bible by Martin Luther. I can imagine that. Like the Bible stole different beliefs, changed them 10% and used them as their own belief. That's not about language. Let me see. Literally translate dirt sucker, actual translation vacuum. That's interesting. But it certainly sucks, a vacuum. But dirt, I guess it's not like soil dirt, but like dust and debris kind of dirt. So yes, it makes perfect sense. The only thing, some languages might have either borrowed the vacuum word and put a spin on it so it sounds and follows the rules of their own language, or they come up with a new word. Yes, it's not about language, but about put together stuff. Yes, like these pigs in this game. Yeah, this might be more accurate. I find it fascinating. I always found it fascinating how languages are made, how words evolve. 100 with the high rate. Congratulations, Schmoozer. Let me take my drink. And let me invite all of my wonderful viewers for a nice tea. And while I'm thinking how to add the emoticon, give me a moment. I think I can do it even during the stream. I'm not sure, but we will figure it out. Now let me see. I don't want to upload one, I want to make it available. Assigned save. Okay, so in theory we should have a new T emoticon. It's all in theory, by the way, but we'll see. Will it work? It's uploaded already? Yes, I uploaded it when I received the commission. Looks like he manages it. Smart, ready. Thank you. And indeed, there's the lovely tea and some lovely tea with it. And due to my chat, which I absolutely love, I can actually see that Sefli's tea has a little surprise on the label. You might call it a gift. Indeed. Now it might sound rude to say never to accept a gift from a German, because, you know, it's racist and all that. So I will say never accept a gift in German. It's dangerous. But I can maybe even show The German gift meaning or the English meaning? Well, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. That if you're speaking English, you are thinking that it's a present. But if you're German, that's a different thing. So here is the wonderful emoticon drawn once again by the wonderful Linkbrary. And now we have the 100 unlocked, so let me make these disappear so you can see more of the chat. Wonderful. Thank you so much for helping me unlock this emoticon, and I hope you will like it just as much as I like it. I have to say that I was not sure that the transparent glass plate and the cup would work, especially in such a tiny emoticon, but Link managed it somehow, and it's one of my favorite emoticons for sure. Let's have another tea. Worth every redeemed hydrate. Thank you, I'm really happy. 10k points in total. So let me guess, now you only have 43,000. That's a guess. A guesstimation. Yeah, and that's what Sefli is using their points on. 49,000. Yeah, I have to get some more expensive redeems. More than 3. Quite close guess. I wanted to say 30,000 at first, but I thought no, it's not even nearly enough. Well, I'm not wrong. Yep, it is correct. You are not wrong. Oh, my nose is all itchy again. But you know what? I don't care. I keep on compound X. Ooh, that sounds dangerous. Storage. Danger. No naked flames. Okay. It is true. I did have a fleeting thought right after the word naked. But it's about flames. So it's nothing inappropriate. No naked flames. King shaming? I loved it. But no booping without consent. We are not king shaming any flames. Here any flames can be... Are you kidding me? Any flame can be naked. Also, I think I know this font. Why are the flames naked? Are they not hot to handle when they are naked? Well, that's exactly it. You see, flames are so hot that they have to get naked. Justice for naked flames. Why can't the flames be naked? They can be. Around me, certainly. Maybe get a candle involved and we're in for a good time. Now, let's try to actually figure out where the heck we need to go. Disposal tubes. So given that every single door is locked and and this is not working. I only have one idea. Now I just noticed those are placed in an oddly staircase shape. So maybe I have to get in here, which is a really stupid idea. Also, how would you press the button? Apparently you can. In the nest of eggs, 2 pennies, 6pence, sparrows and doves. See all the angels weeping above. There's no more forgiving, there's no one to save. For today, darling, Lily goes into her grave. Ah, what a lovely little poem. Justice. Yes. Why is everyone so into arson? I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is not made for a person, and this is really stupid. No, I heard that if you ever get stuck in an elevator and it starts falling, the best idea is to lay down flat on the bottom of it. But if the elevator is this tiny, I'm not sure that's possible. Well, at least the lamp is still working. Let me see, what did we write down this time? Oh my goodness. Okay, apparently we will have quite a lot of reading to do again. Yes, fire! You know, I'm starting to understand why people like fire. Because they are so hot. Makes sense. A cryptic clue, some kind of mechanism, a secret and infernal one, no doubt. The missing candlestick is clearly the answer, but why? This I cannot fathom. Why hide secret machines in a place of prayer? And where are the faithful? Why are there drag marks about the altar as if someone was pulled away? Now this is interesting, and actually I'm kind of happy that I didn't read this, because this gives away all the secrets. So I mentioned there are not many puzzles, but this makes it pretty much pointless to even try to solve the puzzle, because it right away tells you that the missing candlestick is the answer. It also points out that there are drag marks about the altar, which are, I think, left as it moves a bit backwards so the staircase can appear, which is actually something I didn't even notice. But this seems a bit too hand-holdy to me. And also, Sefli, what are fireballs, if I may ask? You mean the kind of magical fireballs magicians throw at each other? Because that would be really, really useful in this game. I could make this into a nice barbecue. And also here, it uses the word fathom, which is really interesting. Fathom in the dictionary, if I'm not mistaken, as a verb it means to understand, but as a noun it means a measurement of depth in the ocean. I leave that up for interpretation, like any good artist does. Infernal machinery. The engine fires, the flames are stoked, I hear steam in the walls, vibrations upon the very air. My heart falters at the prospect of throwing the lever and exposing the workings of this dark contraption, but my children beckon me on, and I cannot fail them. Okay, so this was also in the church. A hellish portal. It appears I have no choice, thus I descend, and may God have mercy upon my soul. If this is my bedlam, and I am to be cast as Matthews, then I will wear the mantle for the sake of my boys, and face whatever horrors lie beneath the altar. This is interesting because he's suffering from some amnesia, and he's back to the really religious person. So it's really interesting that we read, I think, his own journals before, or maybe all of these found documents are not ours, but I don't think. It's a good question. Amanda's Processing Company. My soul shudders at what I have seen, but at last I have reached the main part of the factory. No onwards, downwards, to find those floodwaters and drain them away. Like Moses, I will cleave the waters and lift my little darlings clear of its vile cradle. Okay, fire and steel. The fires are stoked, assuming the same architect is responsible here as with the chemical plant. I surmise that a centralized control system regulates and operates the pistons. It should be a simple matter of finding it and hoping the saboteur relented after simply extinguishing the fires. I'm still not sure about this saboteur plot. Also, the word here, surmise, really interesting one. It mostly means the same as assume. However, as I understand, and if you know better, please correct me, but as I understand, there are 3 words, and that is surmise, assume, and presume. And they mostly mean the same thing, that you come to some conclusion. However, there's a difference. The difference is how much information you have that you make that assumption based off of. Now, if it's surmise, then it's pretty much nothing. And you are aware of that, so it's closer to a guess. But you're still using the surroundings and the situation for making that assumption in a way. Now, assume means that you have some information, and presume you have a lot of information. So it's really interesting how there are layers to it, even though I think assume is the most commonly used one. Lily's arms. Who is Lily? Lily's arms are made of steel. Lily's arms are silent. The pistons are silent. The plant is at rest. I must poke the hornet's nest to open my way, I fear. The scale of these engines suggests a far greater works than is visible from the surface. So my friend must be correct, and the larger part of this plant is underground. We are close to the Thames. No wonder flooding is such a risk. So this is interesting. The friend is probably the one on the phone. And so the character is suspicious of him, which is interesting, and I will talk about that later. But here it is confirmed what he said earlier, that the engines are beneath the ground and there's a lot of things built underground, and now it seems that is indeed confirmed. Really interesting. But then what else did we learn? Hopefully much. The descent continues. What did that dark voice instruct me to do? Under the pistons, into the tunnels, and onto the bilge pumps? And if the doors should be locked, I will have to find another means of descent. I cannot trust him, but my pet is set. I shall ignore those noises. That snuffling, those shuffling steps below me. I will brave whatever lurks beneath, and I will save them. Now it's interesting that we did meet with some pigs, and no mention in the journal. I think the only one slight mention is this with my soul shudders at what I have seen, but we don't know what that is really about. Is it the pigs, or is it the conditions and the cages and everything around? Sabotage! Bruised and battered, but alive! I have survived the saboteur's best efforts. I'm still not sure if that was the saboteur, or, you know, you were just too heavy. Also interesting, the comma before the but. Bruised and battered, but alive. That's interesting. Because if you want to put a comma before but, that mostly means that whatever comes after it would work as a sentence on its own, but this is just one word. So that's curious. He and I are now locked in an epic struggle, but I am driven to find my family, and I will prevail. Ignore the madness about me. Do not consider what cruel and unspeakable acts have been committed here. By possibly you. Find a way to the bulge. Drain the flood. Free your children. Now this is interesting that he's even admitting that he's ignoring everything around. There's only one mission, and that is to save the children. But I heard the phone, and that brings up something. That something being the fact that the phone is pretty much the only kind of information source other than the notes, and it's a good question if it can be trusted, right? Now, what is interesting is that even our main protagonist is suspicious and skeptical of this person, this phone person. No, I obviously think that he's up to no good, but the fact that even the character is suspicious makes him a bit more relatable, which is good. However, he is completely ignoring his kind of logical thinking, saying that the children are the first, and whatever this person says, we're doing it. Now, here, it's kind of okay, because it's not Alexander levels of asking for crazy things, so it's not how Daniel was killing people at the end. Here we have to restart this ginormous machinery, even though we still don't know what that would cause, or what would be the result of that. All we know is, well, that's what we have to do. In theory, we don't know where the children are. We don't know if this will help them. So I'm really curious about who's this phone person is, because from a writing standpoint, it's really interesting. He's obviously a suspicious character. he's in a kind of position where he's already suspicious. I'm not sure if he's really written in a way to be suspicious, but the fact that the main character openly states that he is suspicious kind of sets an expectation. Now, if it turns out at the end of the game maybe that the phone guy, the phone person is trying to trick us, that's not a big twist. That's the expected outcome. So the only way I can see this having a twist ending, which I'm pretty sure it will have, if it turns out that they are not bad, but I'm not sure how they will manage to do that. So I'm looking forward to that. Do the children have natural teal hair? I honestly don't know. Based on some of the images I saw in concept art, I think they are not. They have either brown or blonde hair. I know I saw a kid running through the factory in the previous episode, kind of calling us and then disappearing. It was dark, but I would say they had brown hair. Now, why that question is important, because the wonderful Safley over here in his RimWorld colony kidnapped a random kid from the wasteland, from the outside world, because the kid had teal hair, and that's the reason. Because, you know, RimWorld is a really interesting game, let's just say. Now, you might think, well, what kind of demented thing would Safley do? Maybe kill the kid and turn his hair or her hair, I'm actually not sure, into a wig or something like that. Something evil but simple. No, obviously that's not the case, because Safley made this contraption, this gene removal machine. So, you know, there are those juice makers. You take the orange, you put it into the juice maker and press a button, and after a few minutes you get orange juice and some sort of unshapely mass that is the remains of the orange. Now imagine the same thing with a kid and genes. Not the pens kind of genes, the ones in the DNA. So Safley started doing this process, but apparently, as he says, I still don't have the right gene, because fortune favors the bold and not the evil. It's a random process, so you get one gene randomly. So after the poor kid went through all this and still somehow alive and survived, Safley obviously decided that he would have to do it again, because I don't know, he thinks that genes are gotcha pulls or something. So now the question is, what will happen first? He will get the gene he wants, or the kid will die? I'm really curious. But it just shows you, it is a gotcha. Wonderful. It shows you what kind of demented things you can do in RimWorld. And actually, funny enough, when I was looking for mods for RimWorld, because Safley mentioned that there are many mods and that he wants these larger beds, so the bed can hold more than two people. And just out of curiosity, I looked it up and I couldn't find anything on the Steam Workshop place. I found one for Reds being more intelligent, which is, let's be honest, should be in the base game already. But the fun thing is, I went on the internet, really dangerous thing, and I looked for RimWorld mods. And I don't really mod games, as you can see, or maybe not, but based on the buttons you see that I'm playing on PlayStation, and you can't really mod things on PlayStation. So I was looking for mods, and I stumbled upon this mod for RimWorld called, what was it? I think it was called Rim Job World. Let me tell you, that rabbit hole goes really deep, and you can do some really interesting things in Rim World. So I have to say I might need to try out that game one day. Who knows? The only problem, I'm not sure if I could stream it, because in itself the RimWorld graphics are really simplistic, but the implications are dire. I get my RimWorld mods from the Steam Workshop, and that's where I actually looked first. I don't really know the Steam Workshop because I don't have games that really support it, but it's really nice that there are so many mods there. No, you got into the certain kind of RimWorld modding. No, I didn't get into it because I don't even have the game. But certainly, really interesting things you can do in that game. I have to say. Nah, let's go and talk to the phone person.
Quickly, Mantis, find the entrance nearby. The children weep in the darkness, and the floodwaters continue to rise.
So our name is Mendes? But that would actually make sense, because, you know, Mendes is the name of the company, and most people, interestingly, name their companies after themselves, which is interesting and odd in some ways. It sounds slightly egotistical. I usually don't mod either, except in RimWorld, because I think you have like a dozen for let me see, you have for animals. You have so the colonists can have different sexualities. The rats can be trained. Now you have the cheese one. Aside from RimWorld, I only mod Baldur's Gate only for visual stuff and Sims 4. I have a lot of mods in RimWorld. Only for visual stuff. No, I wouldn't want to ask anything inappropriate, so I will word my question really simply and elegantly. Are you modding Baldur's Gate, I guess the third one, for visual stuff to add things or to remove things? Let's look around in this laboratory. What's this? Oh, it's is it a lamp? Oh, it is a lamp. Would you look at that? Character customization. that does not help. That does not help my dirty mind at all. What a nice lamp we have here. And what a nice chair. This looks like an immensely comfortable chair. Full lumbar support. You even have a neck pillow for the arms and everything. Leg rest. Hey there, how goes it? It's amazing. I'm just exploring this laboratory. As you can see, I think this is maybe a dentist's place. We have glassware. Thank you for the stretch. And how are you today, Vivian? I think this was also in the first Amnesia. This is where we boiled off the mucus from the bone, I think. And we have so many laboratory equipment. And that's a dentist. But first of all, if it's not a dentist, then why do we have all of these dentures here, huh? Look at them. Why would anyone else have these laying around? Well, I was doing well, then my PC acted up. I might have too many tabs. Well, what kind of browser do you use, if I may ask? Maybe the person working there is old and needs 3 different sets of dentures? Well, I mean, they have glasses too, so you might be right about that. But let's see what else we have. And let's see a really interesting trick. That's the skull. If I grab this door here and pull the stick, that one opens. Like, come on. I understand that they maybe didn't want to only let you interact with this because you might miss it. Because you want to open these and they don't open, so you're like, oh, this can be opened, but this is silly. Oh, look at that! Firefox. Well, that's better with RAM as far as I heard. Google Chrome loves to eat up the RAM. But how many tabs are too many? Are we talking about double digits or triple ones? Oh, take the human skull. Those are expensive in real life. No, I'm quite certain that most reasonable people would ask something along the lines of why and where do you know that from? However, I'm not in that group. So, how much? I had like 30 open. Yeah, that may be a bit overkill. So, like, I would say keep it around 10, but I'm old school. What did they even try to do with the frog? Well, you see, I think the idea here is that it's some sort of battery. That is a switch right there. And we can actually use that switch. Oh, this is great. This is a science project. So these are probes. One being the negative and one being the positive. Don't ask me which one is which. And I guess when we turn this switch, the circuit closes through the frog. And actually, I think this one is the positive because this one has the switch. Yeah, silly me. But I think the idea, if you let electricity pass through muscles, it makes them contract, if I'm not mistaken. and also that is used for defibrillation. So I think the idea is if I flip this switch, then our frog subject here will move. Or if the current is too high, it will either start smoking or blow up. We'll see. That sound is so disturbing. And it's quite disrespectful towards the poor frog, but I don't think if you step these into the middle of the frog, the legs would move. Because you see these muscles, the muscles that move the upper leg, the thighs, they are in the upper legs. So I think you would need to place one in the knee maybe, and the other somewhere around the hip, where the muscle is, to try to contract that, and certainly not in the stomach to move both of them. No, this is not how it would work. Let me see. But it's not in the correct place. It is in the colon. It is indeed. It's in the stomach. I think you can even see, maybe that is the colon, or that's a muscle. Not sure about it. If they want to move the legs, they need to put it somewhere else. Unrealistic, that's not how that works indeed. You only need a certain tendon. Really? But can you move a tendon? It's not the stomach, it's the colon. So, you heard it here, kids. This is unrealistic. Terrible. Terrible. Why can't the developers spend some time to actually research these things, and then we could have realistic frog physics? This is only halfway joking though. Let me see. I don't know the price. I know a dog skeleton costs around 250 euros, maybe more. And human skeletons are way rarer. 250? Not bad. Not bad. Now let me see if the trick works here as well. Yes, it does. The stomach is further up. Most of the digestive system is colon. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know what... Okay, now I understand. So... maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm wrong here. So let me check it. Because how you understand stomach is, the stomach is an organ, right? How I think about it is the belly, because I think it is both. Yes, so the stomach as a noun actually means two things, but it is true that in a conversation about biology, using it like I did is a poor example of wording, but the stomach is a sac-like expansion of vertebrae that is located between the esophagus and typically consists of a single, often curved sac. So that's an organ. The other is the part of the body that contains the stomach, so the belly. So that's why I said it like this, but you are right, the stomach as the organ is further up. That is 100% true. I think that would be... I don't think right up here, that would be more like the neck. Maybe somewhere here, a bit further up than halfway. If a frog is anything like a person, and I don't necessarily think that they are alike. But hey, we learn about frog biology. July 15th, 1899. At this point, I'm not even trying to look at the dates because there's too many notes. In order to facilitate assimilation of tissue groups, a compound is required or the cells will not bond. Disposal of non-bonded subjects must be immediate, and using incineration or we risk continuous animation without form. This is unpleasant. A simple compound of 1 part Brandenburg infusion YT to 1 part orgone monad disperol fluid is sufficient. This can be administered intravenously to subjects following reassembly to maintain bonding. The compound is unstable and highly light reactive. Once in the body, the Schumann lamp can be used to activate the compound, but outside the body is highly corrosive. It can even destroy small quantities of metal. So now we learned what that lift was maybe used for, that we descended in. And wonderful. So I have so many questions. So many questions here. So the compound is required for tissue groups to assimilate, so to be happy together, or the cells will not bond and they will just fall apart. And here it says disposal of non-bonded subjects, so now we are talking about full-on subjects. So what I think is happening here is they kind of slaughtering a pig and then sewing it together into something. So it's like a Frankenstein's monster kind of idea. Must be immediate, and using incineration or we risk continuous animation without form. So continuous animation without form would mean that it's still alive but it's falling apart. But how are you doing this? This is unpleasant. I'm pretty much sure that this is not unpleasant, it's horrifying. And here the concoction is Brandenburg infusion white. That's the thing that Alexander was using. But the good question is, how does this person know about Brandenburg? And I think Brandenburg was already mentioned once. And number 2, who is producing the white? I think this game is after the Dark Descent, many years later, so it's not Alexander making some side money by selling it here. It's something else. Someone continued that work. That is concerning. This can be administered intravenously to subjects, so into the veins, as far as I know. Following reassembly. So yes, they butchered the pigs, they put them back together, just in a different shape. And again, here with the really clean language, it's reassembly. It's not sewing and hammering it together like what it is, most likely. And it maintains the bonding. And apparently it's light reactive, which is interesting. So this lamp, I guess, what is right behind us, can activate it inside of the body, so it nicely keeps everything together, but outside it's corrosive. Now it's interesting, how can something be corrosive outside but not inside of a body? I'm not sure about that. I think this will be used later on, so we can use it as an acid, because it says that it can even destroy small quantities of metal, so maybe we can destroy a lock with it or something, a bolt. But how is something corrosive outside but not inside of a biological body? Because the only differences would be that there's air out here, so it's either a reaction with the air or oxygen or something, or it's the light. But it said that the light activates it, but it has an effect on the body. It's not corroding the body, so it's most likely not the light, it's the air. But I'm not sure if such a thing exists that is corrosive in one way but not corrosive in another. So this is logged, and we obviously had to write about it. Maintenance access. There is clearly another passage beyond the logged gate. It seems I have a choice of approach. The padlock is old but firm, and after that fall I cannot summon the strength to break it open. Perhaps I can find another way. What a surprise! I think I just know the way. And in that moment I actually walked off of the path. Yeah, I know. Genius. Again, those temples where he was in Mexico, I think. Mr. Mendes. I'm not even sure about that pronunciation. How many glasses do you have? Holy moly. So is this one of those components that you need to put into this mix? Even though there is a red button, and I'm pretty sure most of the players would have the urge to press it, you can't do anything with it. Are these hydraulic pipes? 1, 2, 3. Well, that's tricky because there's only 2 compounds. Low temperature storage. Holding pans. So let me guess, I have to create this concoction. So I can break through that door. That actually is clever, and one thing that I like about it is the fact that we learned about how the mixture is made, not in an instructional text. So it wasn't, oh, to make this you have to do this and this and this. That's a bit obvious. Now in the Dark Descent there was one like that, I think, when we made the explosive, but that was written by, I do believe, Agrippa to either Alexander or Alexander's workers, so it made sense why it is an instruction. But here it isn't. It is kind of a note about either the discovery of how he is handling this problem or talking to someone about it. Is that a door that can lock on me? As sure as shit looks like that. Well, it is cold storage, so obviously there's nothing here but cold. Now I do like how they are going on all fours, because that makes them more pig-like, not only in appearance but in their movement. The only problem is, why did it just disappear in front of me? So no, our lovely protagonist is having hallucinations too. Low temperature storage. Yes, I figured. There was a sign just outside there. Nah. What's this? More reading. Oh great, a warning. Okay. Interesting here. You see something different about this? About this text? There are no uppercase letters. Why? A warning. Inflamed it is. Burning it does. Bleeding from each hole. Fore and aft. Leaking down my legs. Blood and excrement. My lungs are in my vomit. I pass clots of my organs now onto the filthy stone. Drink this, he says, and I did drink it. I did do that, because of the changes. They ripple in over me. My teeth sneeze out and scatter like mice in the dark. Cannot find them all. Gathered what I can. Push them back into my grey gums with my fingers, but the nails are all weepy and falling out. Drink it, he says. It will help the running of the fever, because not us all can take the change. On the other table, a beast under a blanket. I never wanted to see under that, but he drank it too. He passed it under the blanket, and I heard it drink. Dear God Almighty, how can a man shit so much blood and still live? Is this written by one of the pigs? Because that is interesting. That is dark. Because that means that they are still sentient. Much more than I thought. Because there were notes about how their brains were modified to be able to even process what happened, to say it nicely, and don't have an emotional reaction. But apparently they are much more sentient and intelligent as well. So that's interesting, but that brings up the question, would they even hurt me? Because I am honestly unsure. Oh, here it is. So let me guess, I have to put this into this. Don't ask me why I have to push this through, and why can't I just carry it back. And here's the thing, I clearly remember that there was a door here before, just a moment ago. Whatever. Apparently our main protagonist is not only suffering from amnesia, but he's slightly mad. What a surprise. I don't know why, but I feel like I should be running. Yeah, I think that was a good call. Wait, I'm back here? There wasn't even a door there!
It fell onto his hands and they eroded in front of me. To stumps. To stumps. Next time we will use an equal mix of infusion vitae and orgone disperser. No, no, just take him out. You could dump him in the river for all I care.
Wow. So it's Vita. Okay. Now this is difficult to explain. But so I think what the game is trying to do is show us how our lovely protagonist is going slightly insane, but it's it's honestly difficult to show that in a game. Holding pens. It is somewhat possible because it's interactive, but it's tricky. This looks like some place to hide, which I'm not thrilled about. Holding pens. Now why would I need to come here? For the blood, obviously. Silence. Do not startle or upset the acquisitions. So be very, very quiet or we are getting murdered. That's what's going to happen here. And these silly developers think I can run back here without getting caught. I hope they don't. I'm looking around first. I do not care. I'm looking around first. Let me guess, the other way just disappeared or something? No, it didn't. Okay. Oh, this is closed. I thought that's where I was going. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry, I can't jump in because it's apparently not possible. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to close the door behind me, because yes, if there's something in that room, maybe it keeps it out. But if there's something in this room, I'm frickin' screwed. Another teddy bear? What? Trying to look around. Well. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you today, Elior? August 20th, 1899. Took delivery of another batch of imbeciles today. They are the sorriest specimens of humanity I have ever seen. No one asks where they go to. The authorities of Bedlam are simply happy to reduce the overcrowding in their teeming, stinking holes. We measure their skulls, check their teeth, we give them laudanum to pacify them. Again, laudanum, as we know, was used in the previous game as well. It is, as far as I know, an alcoholic solution of, I want to say cocaine, but I will actually check. No, my apologies. Laudanum is a tincture of opium containing approximately 10% powder opium by weight. So it is not cocaine. And what was that? Oh, a boop. Thank you. Yeah, it's of opium. That's why it's important to always check whatever you say Whatever you hear, always check it, because maybe you're wrong. Don't just believe everything. Now, could you maybe stop with the booping, because it's slightly distracting from my reading. Yeah. I don't think you care. Let me continue. They wait in line. Livestock, dull brown eyes and filthy skin. Many soil themselves as they wait. Into the manipulator they file in silence. I hear the hissing of gas. I hear the dull groaning as teeth are removed, as bones are reset. I hear the pigs screaming. We have removed all the mirrors. After the process, it is their reflection that troubles them the most. Afterwards, when they sleep, I woke amongst them. My children, I whisper to their dreams. You are my children now. I have children once again, and your forms, imperfect, will be the engines to make my own blood flow again. Now, you can really stop with the booping. Cocaine was first isolated in 1855, the more you know. Well, it could have been used in 1899 here, but it wasn't. And apparently we learned one thing again. So these are just people, poor and homeless, brought here and turned into these creatures. Now it's interesting, their reflections trouble them the most, and I'm not sure. It's odd because they see each other. And maybe that's why that note we found, that one of them wrote, said how monstrous the other was, because they cannot see themselves. And it's interesting because if they can write, I would assume they can also communicate, but I'm not sure. Can they talk? Because the only time we heard someone yelling from one of the cages, I think that was still a person in there before it all happened. So, good question. Let me see. Opium is cheaper than cocaine. Should I be concerned by the fact that he knows it? Probably not. Opium is used by humans since 5200 BC. Wow. Humans really know how to have a good time, don't they? So this text, this is concerning, but also one interesting thing. It shows another...
Over there, place it in the corner. What? You think I speak Prussian? Do I look like an inbred hog, sir?
Wow.
Who gives a damn what it contains? Just set it down carefully and leave me be.
Lovable, man. Well, finally we see some flooding. But it seems that our friend here lost his children too, even though we are in theory trying to save his children. So that's a good question, because he said, I have children again. I love how so many doors are closed. Because it's from the opium poppy. Cocaine is chemicals, yeah. Only the natural stuff. And another pig mask. That's another thing why the pig mask is so important. The mind works in odd ways. And here I have a theory that I just thought about. That our lovely character's mind is placing this mask everywhere because it's important. It is possibly tied to something traumatic. So maybe he himself is not roaming these walls and corridors. Maybe he was turned or into one of these creatures or killed, and this is maybe some twisted kind of hell. I could see that happening because of all the religious aspects of the game. One is easier to make than the other, and the quality matters with cocaine a lot. Well, thank you. Now we learned something, kids. Quality matters with cocaine, not only the quantity. I once watched a Terra X documentary about the history of drugs. Oh, what a nice late night watch. Oh, stop it. Stop the blinking. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah. Ow. Of course I went in the wrong direction. Oh, that's mildly concerning. I'm not here. Now this is one of those moments in a game, ow, where I start to think what's the right thing to do, and as much as that was an obviously poor choice, I had not many other options. I'm kind of, sort of cornered. And apparently the piggy does not like me, which is rude. And now I have to get out of here somewhere. It started with bear and mushrooms. Not bear, beer. Bears are different. Okay. So is the piggy still here? Really, there was a way down there. Maybe I missed it. I will not say that I didn't, but really I missed it. What now? I just got beaten up by a pig.
The lift has been sabotaged. You will have to find another way to the tunnels. Take care in this place, Mandus. It is the crucible of the evil that stalks these corridors.
Isn't Mandus the one who built the bloody place? Uh-huh. But thank you for the hydrate, Vivian. Greatly appreciated. I was looking at what that was, but that's just a lamp. Cages and the rest. And now we are here. So finally we are getting under the freaking ground. Sure do hope so. Nothing. Rude. What if I put something in it? Where does it go? Let me see, it goes there. Well, I cannot go there because I'm pretty sure it's not a good idea to go through that steam. So we have to stop this. Come on, really? Interestingly, once again, the enemies are more of a nuisance than, I wouldn't say a threat, but an actual source of horror. Which is interesting. Now, I do appreciate that the sanity system is not in place. Wait, that was a kid? Because I did not like this idea of trying to hide from an enemy and you can't look at them. However, in the Dark Descent, you didn't really have to worry about running from enemies and navigating around. You had to wait on them to kind of just leave. Here, it's a bit different, and I have trouble with these enemies, and I don't really think they work that well. In the beginning, it was nice that you only heard certain sounds, the music changed a bit, maybe you saw a shadow move in the corner of your eye or something, but now that they are more in view, and not necessarily because the player can see them, they are not really that scary, because you have to do something while they are around. So either you're scared or not, it doesn't matter. You have to find a way out there. So what you do, you start running around, you either die or not, but you have to a certain degree disregard them, or maybe if you're really good you can sneak around them, but honestly I can't see anything without my lantern. August 4th, 1898. Oh, this is earlier. More experiments with Compound X. Took the dog and injected it with strychnine. After the expected convulsions and spasming, it died just after midnight. I immersed the body in a large tank of Compound X and introduced an alternating current via induction coil for a period of 3.5 minutes. Partial return was induced, however damage incurred prior to that was retained upon a revival. Yes. So the idea is not only to revive them or bring them back to life, but to also heal them. I mean, yeah, with the pigs maybe they achieved that because they are able to piece them together and they still function and work and not fall apart. So I guess this is just an earlier note in the research. Meaning the dog continued in the acute state of strychnine poisoning until I put a bullet in its skull. Oh, but drowning? Perhaps yes. It is after all known to be the kindest of suicides. If one were to drown, replacing the fluid in the lungs with Compound X should theoretically be perfectly possible as a revival method. What kind of crazy things are they trying to do now? Well, we kind of know. And that's also an interesting part here, that the door just disappeared on us again. Okay, I just wanted to close it, but never mind. So, it's interesting because I didn't do anything, so why are these now off? Because the child ran by those pipes and let out the steam? I doubt that. Actually, it's interesting that more and more of the game doesn't make sense, and it's not the fault of the game. Oh, so this is what I sent. Oh, okay. At least that's really there, so that didn't disappear. It's a good thing that I sent one just for fun. Honestly, I wasn't really thinking about, oh, this should be something I do. Okay. So what do I put in the third one? Okay, that is slightly overkill with the logos. Yeah, we have a tiny centrifuge, and oh, we get this. And this is that compound. And now I guess the idea is that we have to not break it. Just gently, yeah, ever so gently place it on the lock and wait until it just falls apart. Maybe a gentle tug. Nah. Even those disappear, come on! Okay, maybe I need something to lightly whack the lock with, because I can't touch it. Okay, so what could I use? Maybe I wrote something clever in my journal. The centrifuge. It's some form of bizarre mixing device for chemical compounds, and it possibly reeks of the foul fluids. And it positively, that makes more sense. I have seen too often before. It is clearly a compound, some volatile bastard of two composite ingredients. I should wager I would find them close by. Yes, you did. A heady brew. I have the compound. It hisses and steams in its container like some living thing. A witch's jelly to burn and corrode. The container is made from glass. A strange choice unless there is some particular reason why the metal that pervades everything else cannot be brought into contact with this so-called compound X. I should investigate further for clues. Yes. So this hints at why the metal and can be weak towards this mixture, and if you haven't read the note here, now you can, and you realize, oh, that's why that is. But here comes the question: how do I get through you? I need something to whack this thing with. A chair! Haha! Oh, I'm so silly. Of course, a chair. Why wouldn't you want to use a chair? So we just go. Okay, that didn't work as I envisioned. Let's try to throw it. Oh, come on. That wasn't such a terrible throw. Really? Really, a chair is not enough? Okay, apparently a chair is not good enough. Understood. Let me look for something else. There must be something around here that I can whack with. These containers, can't get them. These, can't get them. Doors, closed. Wonderful. But it said that it can corrode through a bit of metal and that this lock was quite old, so put 2 and 2 together, it should be broken. I don't think this helps. Can't pick it up, can't pick it up, can't pick it up, can't pick it up. Oh wait! Wait, do I have to direct the light at it? Let me think about it. The compound is unstable and highly reactive. Outside the body is highly corrosive. It can even destroy small quantities of metal. So it doesn't outright say it, but because it's in the same sentence, maybe it needs to be activated even outside as well. And that is done with a lamp. Makes sense. Would you look at that? I'm a genius. Now, let's go. Everything is getting blurry. That's probably a good sign.
Daddy, faster, faster.
Well, I don't really have anything better to do, so let's go. Did I finally get underneath the ground here? Well, the elevator is broken, so I guess this is the best we have. This leaking world and the rhododendrons seem to be taking over the garden by the wall. I could dig them for you? No, no. Get out. Get out of this house. You leave them be. Okay. That's interesting. Do I get a trophy maybe? I don't know. Ears? We already had teeth. We had... What was the other one? I don't quite remember. I know I got another trophy. But what was it? It was something odd and tiny. But apparently, no trophy for us. Okay, what was that? I certainly do fall a lot. You kidding me? This did not look to be this deep, but it is true that it looked like there's some how would you call it? Dried grass underneath and some bones, and honestly I don't want to know what that is, so. Where the heck are we now? You know, maybe we don't want to know, so let's read this one page and then end here. October 22nd, 1899. Naturally, once bled, the product must be scalded, dehared, and scraped ready for gambrolling and evisceration. For this we pass them through the steam reservoir, which is kept at a constant temperature by passing excess high pressure venting from the engines via the boiler and series of large copper pipes into a stone chamber just below the workhouse. At the center of the machine there is a component that must be kept at a consistently low temperature, which controls operations of the processing of product throughout the system. Alongside this, refrigeration is one of the utmost importance. Wait, what? Along this, refrigeration is one of the utmost importance in retaining product quality, and this also requires a heat to be removed from certain areas of the machine. Two problems are therefore combined into a single solution: the removal of heat from some areas and the requirements for increased heat in others. Now that is actually clever. Oh, no, I wasn't finished with that. Conducting panels draw heat using the principles of convection regulated by the boiler, and sending freezing air along one set of pipes in one direction and superheated vapors in another. So obviously the meat has to be cleaned, but then it has to be kept at a lower temperature. So yes, it makes sense. And this is where we will end our little exploration for today. We learned a lot. We got further into the game. Even though, as I said, this is just different from the original game. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but it is its own unique thing. Now let's see where we are. We got the teeth here, and then we got the throat. Enter the factory in Amnesia, a machine for pigs, and that is the throat. And I think, yes, the scale here is on the first little marking, and here it's on the third, which means there will be 1, 2, and 3 additional trophies in theory, based on my logic. Maybe I'm wrong. Enter the factory in Amnesia, a machine for pigs. Indeed, we did. Are there faces on that chimney? I'm not sure. Does it look like that? Probably not. So this is it. And now I just got an idea. Maybe it's not parts of the pig in a way, because it's not meat. This is maybe the digestive tract in a way. It starts with the mouth, the teeth, and then the throat, and then it will go maybe stomach later on. I'm not sure. I'm curious where this will go. I like how some games use really clever names for trophies and such. But this is it, our trophy for today, and we have so many more. So we will hopefully continue this playthrough on next Friday, since recently Friday has become a sort of Amnesia day and the walkthrough. So that is it for me today. And now I have to find someone to raid. And I think that will be a fellow VTuber who is doing their debut on day 8. They recently debuted their live 2D model, and their PNG tuber model was made by the same artist as mine, Adam Fell. So please say hello to Ravid and enjoy some Dead by Daylight, apparently. I hope it will be fun, and I will be back next week with more horrifying Amnesia and maybe some more Little Nightmares speedrunning, who knows. But until that, I thank you for joining me today, exploring this game, having some really lovely chats, which I greatly appreciate, and also learning a bit about words and maybe some new words, which is always so fun. So thank you for tuning in today. Have a great day, and as always, good night.